Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. London, that sprawling city of both grandeur and squalor, lay hushed beneath the smothering embrace of a thick dawn mist, which clung to the cobblestones and whispered against the river's edge with an almost spectral presence. The fog, in its grey and undulating form, seemed to know each turn and crevice of the city. It enveloped alleyways and cloaked the dilapidated rooftops, rendering the familiar unfamiliar, as if the very heart of the metropolis had been lulled into a deep and silent slumber. The gaslights, feebly flickering against the oppressive haze, cast a pallid glow that barely cut through the murk, creating pools of dim radiance that appeared to float ethereally in the mist-laden streets. As the first tentative rays of a sun yet to rise struggled against the obscuring mantle, the Artful Dodger, that nimble-footed ragamuffin with a quick wit and quicker fingers, found himself treading lightly along the river's edge. His breath, visible in the chill morning air, formed small clouds, only to dissipate into the fog as if reluctant to linger in such a place. His boots, worn yet serviceable, struck the wet stone with a rhythmic cadence that echoed softly, mingling with the distant murmur of the Thames, which whispered secrets known only to those who walked its banks in the quiet hours before dawn. The Dodger moved with a certain grace, an ease born of countless nights spent navigating the city's labyrinthine streets. Yet this morning, there was contemplative air about him, as if the thick mist had seeped into his very thoughts, slowing his usually rapid-fire mind to a more languid pace. He paused now, and then, casting a reflective gaze upon the sluggish flow of the river, its dark waters obscured by the swirling fog, which seemed to drift like a living thing, weaving through the arches of the old stone bridges and caressing the pilings with a delicate touch. Around him, the city slumbered on, its usual cacophony of sounds reduced to a mere whisper beneath the fog's heavy veil. Occasional echoes of distant footsteps or the faint clang of a bell from a far-off clock tower punctuated the stillness, each sound magnified in the silent morn, and then swallowed again by the omnipresent mist. The Dodger, uncharacteristically sombre, appeared almost a phantom himself, a part of the mist, and yet distinct from it, as though the fog had conspired to lend him its mysteries for a brief time. Passing beneath a row of flickering lamps, their flames valiantly battling the encroaching damp, he caught sight of the silhouettes of figures wrapped in heavy coats, moving like wraiths through the fog-bound streets. These were the early risers, the workers and hawkers, who, like the Dodger, were accustomed to the city's moods and whims, and who moved with purpose despite the gloom that shrouded their paths. They paid little heed to the slight figure of the Dodger, who slipped by unnoticed, a shadow among shadows, his presence as ephemeral as the mist itself. Onward he walked, his thoughts as clouded as the air around him, while the river continued its silent vigil beside him, a constant companion in his solitary journey, The fog, relentless in its embrace, seemed to offer a strange comfort, as if to say that even in the heart of the city, solitude and reflection could be found amidst the swirling vapours and echoing footsteps. It was a time for introspection, for pondering the path ahead, as the city, wrapped in its misty shroud, waited for the dawn to break and the new day to begin its inexorable march. As the Dodger neared a familiar turn, the fog began to thin ever so slightly, hinting at the promise of light beyond. The river, still and silent, mirrored the sky's tentative glow, a silvery sheen that heralded the coming of the sun. With a final glance at the water, the Dodger resumed his walk, his pace unhurried, his thoughts lingering in the quietude of the morning, as London slowly stirred to life around him. As the Artful Dodger meandered along the cobblestone streets, his footsteps echoing softly in the early morning air, the city of London began to unfurl its myriad sounds, a symphony of muted clangs and distant murmurs that bespoke the awakening of both its noble and ignoble inhabitants. The fog, though still clinging to the ground like a spectral shroud, was beginning to retreat, unveiling the jagged silhouettes of rooftops and chimneys that loomed like sentinels over the labyrinthine alleys and byways. Here and there, the flicker of a gaslight could be discerned, casting a pallid glow that danced upon the mist, creating a ghostly ballet of light and shadow. The Dodger, with his keen eyes accustomed to the obscurity of such scenes, navigated with a practised ease, his mind drifting amidst memories and musings of times gone by. It was in this reflective state that the Dodger found himself momentarily stalled, as if the very air conspired to hold him in its embrace, when a sound, faint yet unmistakable, reached his ears. It was the voice of an elder, rasping and familiar, slicing through the mist like a knife through butter, calling his name with a peculiar intonation that sent a ripple through his consciousness. Dodger, it called, the syllables stretching out languidly, echoing against the brick facades with a familiarity that was both comforting and unsettling. Turning with a swiftness born of instinct and a touch of anticipation, the Dodger beheld a figure emerging from the nebulous folds of the fog, a figure as familiar to him as his own reflection. There stood Fagin, his visage unchanged by the passage of time, a faint smile playing upon his lips as though he had merely stepped out for a moment and returned to find the world as he had left it. The old man's eyes, bright and cunning, twinkled with a knowing glint, capturing the essence of 1,000 untold stories within their depths. The Dodger paused, his heart caught between the past and the present, as if suspended in the very ether that surrounded them. Fagin's presence, though expected in the recesses of his mind, was none the less a surprise, a reminder of a life that was as much a part of him as the very air he breathed. The streets around them seemed to hold their breath, the fog curling about their feet as though eager to listen in on the exchange between these two souls, woven together by fortunes shared and fates entwined. "Well, well, my dear boy," Fagin intoned, his voice carrying the warmth of a hearth fire on a winter's night. "It seems even the fog cannot keep us apart." There was a hint of mirth in his words, a gentle chiding that spoke of an affection undiminished by time or distance. The Dodger, unable to suppress a smile of his own, nodded in acknowledgement. the corners of his mouth curling upwards as he replied, "Ah, Fagin, you always were one for surprises. I half expected the whole city to come out of the mist with you." His tone was light, yet beneath it lay a depth of feeling that words could scarcely convey, a tapestry of gratitude and regret woven into the fabric of their shared history. As they stood there, the world around them moving in its inexorable rhythm, the echoed sounds of vendors preparing their wares, and the distant clatter of hooves on cobblestones formed a backdrop to their reunion. The fog, ever the silent witness, seemed to draw closer, enfolding them in its embrace, as if to shield their meeting from the prying eyes of the city, whose heart beat steadily beneath the surface of the waking day. In this moment, time itself appeared to hold its breath, the river's gentle hush providing a measured counterpoint to the quietude of the scene. Fagin and the Dodger, two figures etched against the mist, stood together, their hearts and minds bridging the gap between what was and what is, as the city of London, with all its splendour and squalor, began to stir in earnest. And so, as the light continued its patient advance, painting the sky with hues of soft gold and tender pink, the Dodger and Fagin turned to walk together, their footsteps merging into a single rhythm, a harmonious echo that resonated through the awakening streets. The dawn, with its gentle fingers of light, caressed the cobblestones of the city, revealing the intricate tapestry of London life, where each thread, be it of grandeur or decay, contributed to the whole. The Artful Dodger, with a jaunty tilt of his cap and a knowing glint in his eye, fell into step beside the old man, Fagin, whose visage bore the countless tales of years spent navigating the shadowy corners of this vast metropolis. Their pace synchronized, as if by some unspoken accord, their footfalls creating a rhythm that danced over the stones, whispering secrets of bygone escapades to the morning air. "Ah, Jack," Fagin began, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile that spoke of fondness and mischief intertwined. "Do you recall the time we lightened that gentleman's purse by the docks? How the coins sang a merry tune as they tumbled into our possession?" His voice, though raspy with age, carried the warmth of shared memories, the kind that only a life spent in close quarters could foster. The Dodger, ever quick with his tongue, chuckled softly, his eyes alive with a spark of youthful bravado. "Indeed, Fagin, and if I remember rightly, 'twas your nimble fingers that ensured our success that day. A true virtuoso of the trade. You are," he replied, his words weaving through the air with a lightness that belied the weight of their shared history. As they walked, the conversation danced between them like a well-rehearsed tune, each note familiar yet fresh, as if time had done nothing to dull the edges of their camaraderie. They spoke of pockets picked with the deftness of a master craftsman, of watches liberated from waistcoats with the grace of a magician, of the intricate art of distraction, where a well-placed word or a fleeting gesture could shift the focus and lighten a load. The city around them, slowly awakening from its slumber, provided a backdrop to their dialogue. The fog, a constant companion in this tale, curled around the lampposts, its tendrils softening the harsh outlines of reality, while the gaslights flickered in their glass cages, casting a warm, golden glow upon the pavement. Echoes of distant voices and the clatter of hooves on cobblestones blended with the gentle lapping of the river, creating a symphony of sounds that enveloped them, a reminder of the ceaseless motion of life in this great city. Fagin's gaze wandered to the horizon, where the river lay, a ribbon of silver threading its way through the urban landscape. "There, my boy," he mused, his voice tinged with a reflective note, "lies the ever-constant Thames, keeper of secrets and dreams. How many times have we watched its waters flow, carrying with them the whispers of those who tread its banks?" The Dodger nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Aye, Fagin, it's seen many a tale unfold, hasn't it? Like us, always moving, always changing, yet somehow remaining the same." His words, though simple, carried the weight of an understanding that transcended their years, a recognition of the cycles of life that bound them to this place, to each other. Their steps continued, unhurried and deliberate, as they passed figures cloaked in the anonymity of early morning, a flower seller arranging her wares with care, a chimney sweep blackened by his trade, a gentleman hurrying along with his coat pulled tight against the chill, each, in their way, a part of the great tapestry, their lives intersecting for a moment before diverging once more. And so, the conversation between Fagin and the Dodger wove on, a tapestry of recollection and camaraderie, their words a gentle murmur that blended with the ambient sounds of the awakening city. As the light grew stronger, painting the world with its tender hues, they continued their walk, the rhythm of their footsteps a comforting constancy amid the endless change of the world around them. As the two companions meandered through the winding streets, their path brought them to that venerable quarter of London known as Covent Garden, a place that, in the busy hours of commerce, would be a bustling hive of activity, yet now lay in a state of tranquil repose. The market, usually alive with the cries of vendors and the chatter of patrons, was enveloped in a soft, lingering mist, the remnants of the night casting an ethereal veil over the crates and barrels that stood like silent sentinels, guarding the memories of the day's trade. There were no voices to be heard, save for the occasional distant clatter of a horse-drawn carriage, its sound gently echoing through the otherwise still air, and the soft padding of stray cats, their sleek forms slipping silently between the shadows in search of a morsel of sustenance. Fagin, with the Dodger at his side, paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the deserted expanse with a wistful air, as if the very stones beneath his feet were whispering tales of bygone days. In the quiet solitude of the market, his mind wandered back to the many faces that had come and gone, the boys who had once been under his tutelage, each with their own story, their own peculiar charm. He recalled the laughter that had often echoed through these very streets, a lively chorus to the symphony of life that played continuously in this great city. The scent of roasted chestnuts, a familiar aroma that clung to the air even in their absence, evoked memories of simpler times, when the warmth of camaraderie had shielded them from the chill of the world outside. As they strolled leisurely onward, Fagin's voice broke the stillness, his words carrying a reflective tone that matched the somnolent atmosphere. "Ah, Dodger," he mused, a hint of nostalgia colouring his speech. "These streets have seen much, haven't they? A tapestry of life, woven with moments of laughter and mischief and the occasional tear." His eyes, though aged and wise, held a spark of youthful mirth as if the ghosts of those past days danced still in his memory. The Dodger, ever the astute observer, nodded in agreement, his own recollections mingling with the present. "Indeed, Mr. Fagin," he replied, his voice steady, tinged with the maturity of one who has grown amidst the chaotic embrace of the city. "And though much has changed, some things remain the same," he added, his gaze drifting to the familiar outlines of the market, unchanged by time. The world around them seemed to breathe in a slow, measured rhythm, the fog swirling gently at their feet, as if guiding them on this nocturnal journey. The gas lamps, scattered at intervals along the cobbled pathways, cast their soft glow, creating pools of light that stood like islands in the sea of shadow. The air was filled with a hushed anticipation, the kind that exists in the moments before dawn, when the world holds its breath, waiting for the new day to unfurl its promise. Fagin's thoughts returned to the boys, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of his life. He remembered the earnestness of young Oliver, the cheeky defiance of Charlie Bates, the quiet determination of little John Dawkins. Each had left an indelible mark upon his heart, a testament to the strange, unspoken bond that had united them in their shared pursuit of survival. He pondered the paths they had taken, diverging from his own, yet forever intertwined by the invisible filaments of memory and affection. The Dodger, sensing the depth of Fagin's reflections, remained silent, content to walk beside his mentor, the steady cadence of their footsteps a gentle lullaby to the sleeping city. The night air, cool and crisp, carried with it the promise of renewal, a reminder that even in the heart of the metropolis, life was ever changing, ever moving, like the river that flowed ceaselessly beyond the confines of stone and brick. As they approached the end of the market, the first faint hues of dawn began to tint the sky, a delicate wash of pink and gold that heralded the arrival of a new day. The fog, now thinning, whispered its farewell, retreating into the shadows as the light grew stronger, chasing away the remnants of night. Fagin and the Dodger continued their journey, their figures silhouetted against the awakening horizon, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who navigate the intricate dance of life, hand in hand with the past. And so, with the market fading into the background, they moved forward, their destination as yet undefined, their hearts buoyed by the shared understanding that, in this vast and unpredictable world, they would always have each other. The Artful Dodger, his laughter having subsided into a soft and contemplative silence, walked alongside Fagin with a gait that bespoke both the impish exuberance of his youth and the burgeoning wisdom of a young man who had seen much of life's darker corners. As the cobblestones beneath their feet seemed to sigh under the weight of their passage, the Dodger's thoughts turned inward, his earlier mirth giving way to a more introspective mood. The air around them was thick with the spectral presence of half-remembered voices, echoes of a time when their little band roamed the fog-draped streets with a sense of purpose that was, in its own peculiar way, as noble as any knight's quest. Sometimes, "Fagin," he began, his voice barely above a whisper that mingled with the faint, distant tolling of a bell. "I hear them in my dreams. Charlie, Bates, Oliver, all of them, clear as if they were standing right beside me." His gaze lingered on the path ahead, where the gaslights cast flickering shadows that danced in time with the echoes of his words. the lamps, steadfast sentinels of the night, painted the world in hues of amber and gold, their soft glow a balm to the restless spirit that dwelt within him. Fagin, with a nod that bespoke both understanding and the weight of years, regarded the young man with a mixture of affection and resignation, for he too had known the peculiar companionship of memories that refused to fade. "Ah, my dear boy," he replied, his voice a raspy testament to the countless tales he had spun, both for profit and for comfort. "The past has a way of lingering in the corners of our minds, much like the fog that clings to these old streets. It is a companion we cannot easily shake, nor should we, for it is in those echoes that we find the threads of our own story." The streets were quiet now, save for the gentle murmur of the river, its dark waters a silent witness to the passage of time and the secrets it carried to the sea. The Dodger, lost in thought, let his mind drift back to those days of camaraderie and mischief, when each day was a new adventure, and the world seemed both vast and full of promise. There was a comfort in those memories, a warmth that softened the edges of the present, and he found himself smiling at the recollection of Charlie's infectious laughter or Bates's cocky swagger. "Strange, isn't it?" the Dodger mused, his words weaving through the night like a melody played on a distant violin. How those times felt so simple, yet they were anything but. We had nothing, and yet it felt like everything. His voice carried a wistfulness that spoke of a longing not for the past itself, but for the innocence that had accompanied it, an innocence that had been worn away by the passage of years and the weight of experience. Fagin, whose own mind was a repository of countless tales and faces, nodded again, his eyes reflecting the lamplight with a softness that belied his reputation. "Indeed," he murmured, "there is a purity in the simplicity of those days, a purity that is often lost as we grow older, and the world demands more of us. But remember, my boy, that those memories are treasures in their own right, reminders of where we have been, and, perhaps, guides to where we might yet go." Their footsteps, a gentle rhythm upon the cobblestones, echoed softly in the night, creating a cadence that matched the pulse of the sleeping city around them. The fog, ever present and ever shifting, wrapped around them like an old friend, blurring the edges of reality and dream, past and present. The Dodger, feeling both the weight and the comfort of Fagin's words, nodded in agreement, his heart buoyed by the shared understanding that, though the world was vast and often unpredictable, the bonds forged in the crucible of their shared past were strong enough to withstand the passage of time. As they continued their unhurried walk, the night embraced them with its gentle, enfolding arms, whispering secrets that only those attuned to its quiet language could hear. The Dodger, feeling the presence of those long-departed friends as a warm and reassuring presence, allowed himself the luxury of a soft, contented sigh. In this moment, suspended between the echoes of the past and the promise of the future, he found a sense of peace that eluded him in the waking hours, and so, with the familiar streets stretching before them like an open book, they walked on, the echoes of their conversation mingling with the distant sounds of the city as it slumbered. The fog, the river, and the lamplight conspired to create a tapestry of tranquillity, weaving a spell that would carry them gently into the next chapter of their journey. As the cobblestones lay beneath their feet, worn smooth by the multitude of feet that had traversed them through countless years, the night unfolded like a quiet, knowing sage, offering its secrets to those who dared to wander beneath its velvet canopy. The air, thick with the moisture of the river's breath, hung low over the city, transforming every sound into a whispered echo that seemed to drift lazily through the streets, lingering in the shadows cast by the flickering gaslights. The fog, a constant companion on nights such as these, wound its way through the alleyways and thoroughfares, wrapping itself around the figures of Fagin and the Artful Dodger, rendering them as spectral beings, half-formed apparitions in the shifting gloom. The quiet rhythm of their footsteps created a gentle cadence, a harmonious accompaniment to the muted symphony of the sleeping city. As they walked, Fagin's figure, shrouded in the tattered cloak of both his apparel and his years, appeared and vanished in the lamplight's uncertain glow, as if the very essence of his being was subject to the whims of the flickering flame. His presence was at once solid and insubstantial, a relic of an age that seemed to ebb and flow with the currents of time, like the river upon whose banks the city had been built. The cobblestones beneath them whispered of stories untold, secrets buried beneath layers of history, their surfaces cool and indifferent to the passage of time and the feet that trod upon them. Each step they took was an invocation, a call to the spirits of the past to rise and join them in their nocturnal journey. Yet it was a call that went unanswered, save for the occasional sigh of the wind as it swept through the narrow streets, carrying with it the faintest sense of a city in repose. A solitary lamplighter, his form bent beneath the weight of a life spent in service to the light, passed them by, his eyes fixed upon his task, oblivious to the figures that moved silently in his wake. His lantern, a beacon in the darkness, cast a pool of light that danced upon the cobblestones, illuminating Fagin's face for the briefest of moments before plunging it once more into shadow. The Artful Dodger, ever observant, blinked as if to clear the vision from his eyes, yet he remained silent, his thoughts his own, as inscrutable as the fog that surrounded them. In the interplay of light and shadow, Fagin's features seemed to shift and change, now sharp and defined, now blurred and indistinct, as though the very essence of his being were caught between worlds, neither wholly of the flesh, nor entirely a creature of the night. The Dodger watched him with a mixture of curiosity and familiarity, the silence between them a thing of comfort, a shared understanding that needed no words to convey its depth. The gaslights, standing sentinel along the street, cast their soft glow upon the scene, their flames flickering gently in the night breeze, creating an ever-changing tapestry of light and dark. Each lamp seemed to hold within it a story, a fragment of the city's soul captured in the warm embrace of the flame, and as they passed beneath their watchful gaze, Fagin and the Dodger became part of that story, their presence woven into the fabric of the night. The river, its surface a mirror to the sky above, flowed silently alongside them, its waters whispering secrets to the stones upon its banks, its gentle murmur a lullaby to the city that slept beyond. The fog, ever present, drifted across its surface, a ghostly veil that obscured the farthest shore, leaving only the nearest banks visible, a reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond the reach of sight and sound. As they walked, the lamplighter's form receded into the distance, his lantern a dwindling star in the night sky, leaving Fagin and the Dodger alone once more in their nocturnal wanderings. The street stretched before them, a ribbon of possibilities unspooling into the darkness, each step taking them further from the past and closer to the unknown future that lay waiting beyond the curve of the earth. With the city sleeping quietly around them and the fog enveloping them in its gentle embrace, they continued their journey, the echoes of their passing footsteps echoing softly in the night air. The lamplight flickered one last time, casting its glow upon the path ahead, before they slipped once more into the shadows, leaving behind the flickering lantern and the watchful gaze of the city. The night was one of those peculiar specimens of the English climate, where the fog hangs thick and low, caressing the cobblestones with a cold, damp touch, and where the gaslights, valiantly struggling against the murky shroud, cast a spectral glow upon the weary streets. As Fagin and the Artful Dodger continued their meandering course, they found themselves drawn towards a derelict building, its once proud facade now crumbling and forlorn, shadows of its former grandeur etched in the cracks and crevices of its stonework. Here, amidst the whispering winds and the soft echo of distant footsteps, Fagin paused, his gaze lingering on the remnants of what had once been a bustling hive of youthful mischief and illicit enterprise. "Ah," Fagin murmured, a wistful smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "This was once our little kingdom, Dodger, a place where the world outside seemed but a distant echo, and where within these very walls the warmth of camaraderie and the spark of youthful ambition burned bright against the encroaching darkness." His voice, though tinged with melancholy, held a fondness for the memories evoked by the sight before him, memories of nights spent in the cellar below, with the flicker of candlelight casting dancing shadows upon the walls, and the hushed whispers of eager learners hanging in the air like a gentle balm. The Dodger, his sharp eyes glinting in the dim light, nodded in silent agreement, his own memories painting vivid pictures of those bygone days, where the cellar had served as a sanctuary of sorts, a place where lessons in the art of survival were imparted with a deft hand and a knowing smile. "Aye, Fagin," he replied, his voice carrying the weight of shared history. "Many a night we spent here, with the candle's glow warming our faces, and your stories filling our heads with dreams, and schemes aplenty. There was a bond, unspoken yet unbreakable, forged in those nights of clandestine gatherings, where the chill of the outside world was kept at bay by the warmth of fellowship and the shared pursuit of a common cause." Fagin's eyes, though clouded with age, shone with a glimmer of pride as he recalled the lessons taught by candlelight, lessons not found in any schoolroom or tome, but in the lived experience of one who knew the streets like the lines upon his own weathered hands. "It was here," he continued, his voice now a soft caress upon the night air, "that I taught you the ways of the world, the art of observation, the subtle dance of opportunity and risk, and the importance of always keeping one's wits about one." Each word was a testament to the life he had led, and the legacy he had imparted to those who had passed through his tutelage, a legacy of cunning and resilience, of survival against the odds. The fog, ever present and unyielding, wrapped itself around them like a shroud, muffling the sounds of the city and lending an air of quiet introspection to the moment. They stood together, two figures bound by the threads of shared history, each lost in their own reverie, yet connected by the memories of a place that had once been a haven from the harsh realities of the world. The building, though now silent and abandoned, seemed to echo with the ghostly laughter of those who had once called it home, their voices mingling with the night breeze in a chorus of bygone days. In this place, where the past lingered like an old friend, Fagin and the Dodger found a moment of respite from the journey that lay ahead, a moment to reflect upon the paths they had walked and the lessons learned along the way. The fog, ever the faithful companion, swirled around their feet, a gentle reminder of the transient nature of time and memory, and the enduring bonds of friendship and shared purpose. As they prepared to move on, leaving behind the echoes of the cellar and the memories it held, Fagin placed a weathered hand upon the Dodger's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity and unspoken understanding. "Come, my boy," he said, his voice a gentle murmur in the enveloping gloom. "The night is yet young, and there are still paths to tread and tales to tell." With that, they turned once more to the road ahead, their footsteps echoing softly in the fog-laden night, as the city, ever watchful, slumbered on around them. As they walked, the fog curled around their ankles like a spectral companion, weaving its way through the cobbled streets and whispering secrets to the night. The gas lamps, their flickering flames dimly visible through the thick, swirling mist, cast elongated shadows that danced in the periphery, lending the scene an ethereal quality that seemed to suspend time itself. The distant chime of church bells, softened by the fog's embrace, punctuated the stillness with a solemn rhythm, a reminder of the hours slipping quietly by. Fagin, the old man whose life had been a tapestry woven of cunning and survival, walked with a deliberate slowness, as if each step were a considered part of a grander design. His eyes, though dimmed by years, held a reflective gleam, a flicker of something that might once have been called hope. Beside him, the Artful Dodger, that nimble-footed boy of the streets, moved with the easy grace of youth, his cap pulled low over eyes bright with an intelligence far beyond his tender years. Yet there was a softness in his gaze as he cast a sidelong glance at his companion, a curiosity mingled with a hint of concern. The silence between them, profound in its simplicity, was broken only by the gentle scuff of their boots against the pavement, a sound that seemed to echo through the fog and linger in the chilled air. It was Fagin who first spoke, his voice a low and raspy murmur, filled with a weight that belied the lightness of their earlier conversation. "Dodger," he began, his words slow and deliberate, as though he were unspooling a long-held thought. "I've been thinking, as old men are wont to do, about the life we've led, you and I, and the choices that have brought us here, to this night, this moment." The Dodger, wise beyond his years, sensed a gravity in Fagin's tone that was not often present, and he listened, his usual bravado tempered by an uncharacteristic stillness. "What is it?" Fagin?" he asked, his voice carrying a note of genuine curiosity, tinged with the faintest edge of apprehension. "What have you to say?" Fagin paused, drawing in a deep breath that misted before him, a ghostly apparition that dissolved into the night. "I have never wished harm upon any of you lads," as he confessed, the words tumbling forth with a quiet urgency, as if they had long been imprisoned within his breast. "It was never my intent to lead you astray. I only ever wanted a family, a place to belong, and in my own misguided way, I thought to create one amongst you." This admission, raw and unvarnished, hung in the air between them, a fragile thing that seemed to shimmer in the gaslight's glow. The Dodger, taken aback by the tremor in Fagin's voice, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Here was a side of the old man he had not seen before, a vulnerability that lay bare the humanity beneath the layers of guile and self-preservation. The fog pressed in closer, as if eager to hear the confession unfold, while the river, unseen but ever present, offered a gentle murmur of its own, a measured counterpoint to the revelations being spoken. "I know," the Dodger finally replied, his voice soft yet steady, a quiet acknowledgment that spoke volumes. "I know, Fagin, we all knew, in our own way, even when the world seemed dark and the path uncertain, we knew." The old man nodded, his face a study of gratitude and relief, as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He glanced at the boy beside him, and in that moment there was an understanding, a bond forged not by circumstance alone, but by the shared journey they had undertaken. "Thank you, my boy," Fagin said, his voice barely above a whisper, yet filled with a warmth that belied the chill of the night. "Thank you for listening, for understanding." Their footsteps, once more in unison, resumed their rhythmic march along the fog-shrouded streets, a quiet symphony of companionship that carried them forward into the night. The city, vast and sprawling, seemed to cradle them in its embrace, an ever-watchful guardian that held its secrets close. As the fog thickened once more, the figures of Fagin and the Dodger became mere silhouettes, their forms blending into the mist until they were but shadows upon the canvas of the night. The night had deepened its embrace around the city, shrouding the streets in a mist so thick that it seemed to veil the very world in a gossamer of dreams. As Fagin and the Artful Dodger made their way towards Holborn Bridge, the air grew heavier with the river's breath, a cool and persistent companion that whispered secrets of times long past. The fog swirled around them, an ethereal cloak that transformed the ordinary into the fantastical, where shadows danced delicately upon the cobblestones, and the distant glow of gas lamps flickered like ghostly sentinels in the enveloping gloom. Their footsteps echoed softly, a rhythmic accompaniment to the night, as they walked in silent camaraderie, each step a gentle punctuation in the symphony of the city's nocturnal life. Fagin, with a wistful air, began to hum a tune, one from the recesses of his memory, a melody that spoke of years gone by, and the inexorable passage of time, the sound, at once mournful and comforting, mingled with the creak of the iron railings of the bridge as they approached, creating a harmonious blend that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the night. As they stepped onto Holborn Bridge, the river beneath them flowed with a quiet majesty, its surface obscured by the mist that hung like a curtain between the world above and the depths below. The water moved with a languid grace, whispering softly as it caressed the pillars of the bridge, its song a gentle lullaby to the city slumbering above. Here, in this place suspended between earth and sky, Fagin's humming took on a new dimension, the notes weaving through the mist like threads in a tapestry, each vibration a testament to the enduring spirit of those who had crossed the bridge before them. The bridge itself seemed alive, an ancient sentinel that had borne witness to the countless stories etched into the annals of the city's history. Its iron railings, worn smooth by the passage of time, groaned softly as if acknowledging the presence of its two solitary travellers. The sound was neither harsh nor jarring, but rather a gentle reminder of the constancy of change, the inevitable march of progress that transformed the familiar into the unknown. In the quietude of the moment, the Dodger glanced at Fagin, his youthful eyes reflecting a curiosity tempered by the wisdom of experience. There was a kinship between them, forged in the fires of adversity and tempered by the shared knowledge of the streets. Yet, beneath the surface, there lay an unspoken understanding, a recognition that each carried within them a world of untold stories and unfulfilled dreams. The night enveloped them in its embrace, the fog swirling around their feet like a dancer's trailing gown as they continued their journey across the bridge. The city beyond was a tapestry of shadows and light, where the glow of gas lamps created islands of warmth amid the cool expanse of the mist. Here and there, the distant echo of a horse's hooves or the soft murmur of a late-night conversation drifted through the air, adding layers to the symphony of the night. As they reached the midpoint of the bridge, Fagin paused for a moment, his gaze drifting out over the river, lost in thought. The melody he had been humming faded into the night, replaced by the soft sigh of the wind as it whispered through the iron railings. The Dodger, sensing the shift in mood, remained silent, allowing the moment to unfold in its own time, respectful of the elder's reverie. The river, with its timeless patience, continued its journey beneath them, a constant in a world of change. It carried with it the stories of countless souls who had walked these streets, a living repository of the city's heart and history. And as Fagin and the Dodger resumed their walk, their figures once more became silhouettes against the fog. They too became part of the river's endless tale, woven into the fabric of the night. The bridge, with its creaking railings and whispered secrets, faded behind them as they moved forward, their destination known only to them, and the night that held them close, the fog, ever present, wrapped around them like a gentle embrace, its touch cool and familiar. As they continued their journey into the depths of the city, the rhythm of their footsteps a comforting counterpoint to the world around them. And so, with the gentle hush of the river as their guide and the mist as their companion, Fagin and the Dodger walked on, their path illuminated by the flickering glow of the gas lamps, each step a moment suspended in time, an echo in the symphony of the night. The fog hung low over the cobblestones, weaving its tendrils through the narrow alleys and clinging to the wrought iron railings with a tenacity that seemed almost sentient, as if it were a guardian of secrets long forgotten. The gas lamps, with their flickering flames, cast an uneven, golden glow upon the street creating pools of light that were swallowed quickly by the encroaching darkness. Each lamp stood like a solitary sentinel, its light a beacon amidst the swirling mist, casting long shadows that danced and mingled with the spectral forms of the night. The city, wrapped in this ethereal shroud, seemed to breathe with a slow, measured rhythm, a living entity in which every sound was magnified, every silence profound. The Artful Dodger, with his cap pulled low over his brow, glanced sideways at Fagin, whose face, etched with the lines of a life lived in the shadows, seemed softened by the glow of the street lamps. The old man's eyes, usually sharp and calculating, held a glimmer of something softer, a wistful remembrance that the Dodger, for all his worldly wise bravado, could not quite comprehend. It was in this moment of quiet reflection that the Dodger, with a tone that was both casual and curious, spoke of Oliver, the boy who had slipped through their fingers like a wisp of smoke, vanishing into a world of light that seemed forever beyond their reach. "Oi, Fagin," the Dodger said, his voice breaking the silence like the gentle ripple of water. "Remember that lad, Oliver, the one who got away and found himself a different sort of life." His words hung in the air, mingling with the fog, and the echo of his youthful voice seemed to linger, suspended in the night. Fagin, whose mind was a labyrinth of memories and schemes, paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on a distant point beyond the visible horizon. There was a smile on his lips, one that spoke of fondness and regret, a smile that was not often seen upon his careworn face. "Ah, yes," he replied, his voice a low murmur. "Oliver, that boy had a light within him, a light we all forgot to look for, perhaps too blinded by the shadows we cast ourselves." As they walked, the gentle murmur of the river accompanied them, a measured undertone to their conversation, its surface rippling like a sheet of silk in the embrace of the night. The Dodger, ever the pragmatist, pondered Fagin's words, his mind turning them over like coins between deft fingers. The notion of light and shadow, of choices made and paths taken, was not one he often dwelt upon. Yet there was something in Fagin's wistful tone that stirred a curiosity deep within him. The cobblestones beneath their feet seemed to absorb the sound of their footsteps, muffling them into a soft percussion that harmonized with the distant tolling of a church bell, the notes drifting through the fog like a lullaby for the city that never slept. The Dodger, though not given to sentimentality, found himself picturing Oliver's face, the boy's earnest eyes and hopeful expression, and wondered at the life he might be leading now, away from the shadows that had once threatened to consume him. As the two figures moved through the night, their forms silhouetted against the lamplight, the city around them seemed to exhale, the fog shifting and swirling in response. The Dodger, ever inquisitive, found his thoughts returning to the notion of light, of the elusive quality that Fagin had spoken of with such rare tenderness. It was as if, for a moment, the fog had parted to reveal a glimpse of something pure and untainted, a world where the shadows held no dominion. Yet, as quickly as it had appeared, the vision faded, and the Dodger shook his head, returning his focus to the rhythm of their steps, the solid presence of Fagin by his side, the tangible reality of the life they knew, The fog closed in once more, a gentle embrace that shielded them from the gaze of the waking world, and the night continued its silent vigil, the gas lamps casting their flickering light upon the path ahead. With each step, the echo of their conversation lingered, a melody played out in the symphony of the night, the memory of Oliver a refrain that softened the air around them, and so, with the river as their constant companion and the fog as their shroud, Fagin and the Dodger walked on, their thoughts intertwined with the shadows, their journey a quiet testament to the paths they had chosen, the lives they had led, the rhythm of their footsteps, at first a discordant echo of the cobbled streets, gradually synchronized into a harmonious cadence, as if the very heart of the city beneath them had lent its pulse to guide their way. Fagin and the Artful Dodger, once master and apprentice, now walked side by side, their strides measured, each step a shared memory, a silent conversation that needed no words. The fog swirled around their ankles like a spectral sea, its tendrils reaching upward, enveloping them in a gossamer embrace that blurred the harsh edges of the world they traversed. The gaslights, those ever-watchful sentinels of the night, cast their flickering glow upon the pair, illuminating their path in patches of soft, golden light that danced upon the damp streets. Each lamp they passed seemed to nod in quiet acknowledgement, their glass eyes reflecting the wisdom of countless nights, the secrets whispered by passers-by, the dreams that floated on the mist like forgotten echoes. The river, a constant yet unseen presence, murmured gently in the background, its waters a lullaby that soothed the restless spirit, a reminder of the constancy that lay beneath the city's ceaseless change. As they walked, the sounds of the city at rest formed a gentle symphony around them. The distant clatter of a carriage wheel on cobblestone, the muted laughter from a tavern tucked away in a narrow alley, the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a passing breeze. All these sounds blended into a harmonious whole, a testament to the life that thrived even in the quietest hours. Fagin, his eyes cast downward, seemed to draw comfort from the rhythm of their steps, each footfall a note in a melody that spoke of years gone by, of lessons learned and bonds forged in the crucible of necessity. The Dodger, ever the keen observer, glanced occasionally at his companion, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he matched his pace to that of the elder man. There was an understanding between them, a shared history that needed no articulation, a bond that had weathered the trials of time and circumstance. The street, with its uneven stones and winding path, mirrored the journey they had undertaken together, one marked by twists and turns, by moments of peril and reprieve, by choices that had shaped their destinies. In the distance, the toll of a church bell marked the passing of another hour, its solemn chime resonating through the fog-laden air, a reminder of the inexorable march of time. With each passing moment, the city seemed to exhale, its breath mingling with the mist, creating an atmosphere of quiet reflection. The night's embrace was gentle, its darkness a canvas upon which their thoughts painted images of the past, of friends and foes, of dreams realized and abandoned. Their footsteps continued in unison, a duet of leather and stone, a symphony of movement that spoke of companionship and shared purpose. The streets, with their labyrinthine twists, seemed to yield before them, guiding their way with an invisible hand, as if acknowledging their place within its storied history. The fog thickened, a silent witness to their passage, its presence both comforting and mysterious, a veil that softened the edges of reality, inviting contemplation and introspection. With each step, the city unfolded its secrets, revealing glimpses of lives intertwined, of stories both grand and humble. The lamplight flickered, casting shadows that danced in the periphery, a ballet of light and dark that mirrored the complexities of human existence. The river's gentle murmur persisted, a constant reminder of the flow of time, of the continuity that underpinned their journey, a measured counterpoint to the rhythm of their steps. As they moved onward, the fog embraced them more tightly, its cool fingers brushing against their cheeks, a silent promise of solace and understanding. The night was their confidant, its darkness a cloak that shielded them from the scrutiny of the waking world, allowing them a moment of respite, a chance to reflect upon the paths they had trodden, the choices that lay ahead. And so they walked on, their footsteps a testament to the enduring bond between them, a melody that resonated with the city's heartbeat, a gentle cadence that lulled the night to rest. With the river as their guide and the fog as their companion, Fagin and the Dodger continued their journey, their thoughts entwined with the murmurs of the city, their steps in perfect harmony with the world around them. Their path led them through narrow cobbled streets, each stone worn smooth by the passage of countless souls, whispering tales of those who had tread before. The fog, dense and languorous, clung to the air like a shroud, blurring the edges of the world and softening the sounds into a gentle, enveloping hush. Gaslights flickered intermittently along their route, casting a wan, amber glow that barely pierced the fog, creating pools of light that seemed to hover in the mist, like islands of solace in a sea of shadow. As they walked, the Artful Dodger's keen eyes caught sight of a familiar silhouette looming in the distance, a tavern, now shuttered and silent, which had once been a bustling hub of activity, a place where men gathered to plot, to laugh, and to drown their sorrows in ale. Its sign, creaking softly in the breeze, bore the faded image of a jolly innkeeper, arms outstretched as if to welcome the weary traveller. Yet now, the only welcome was that of the quiet night, the laughter within long since stilled. Fagin paused, his gaze lingering on the darkened windows, each pane a mirror reflecting the dim glow of the street lamps. His eyes, once sharp and calculating, softened as memories unspooled like threads of gold in the stillness. He leaned closer, peering into the depths of the tavern, as if hoping to catch a glimpse of the past, whispered echoes of conversations and camaraderie that once filled its walls. "It was here," he murmured, his voice barely rising above a whisper, "that we spun our grandest schemes. Dodger. The very walls seemed to echo with our laughter then." His words floated into the night, carried away by the fog, which seemed to listen with gentle patience. The Dodger, standing beside him, nodded with a faint smile, though his eyes remained fixed on the dim outline of the tavern. Once, this place had been a theatre of dreams, where aspirations mingled with the smoke of pipes and the clinking of glasses, where the bold and the desperate found common cause. Now, it stood as a monument to time's inexorable march, its silence a testament to the transience of all things. A soft sigh escaped Fagin's lips, a breath of reminiscence that mingled with the chill of the fog. "And you recall, my boy," he continued, his tone imbued with the warmth of nostalgia, "how we would sit by the fire, our heads close together, the world outside forgotten in the glow of our plotting, the plans we wove, the dreams we dared to dream. Ah, those were days of promise, were they not?" The Dodger's gaze finally shifted to Fagin, a glimmer of the old mischief dancing in his eyes. "Aye, they were," he agreed, his voice light, yet touched with a trace of wistfulness. "And though the fire has dimmed, the embers still glow, don't they?" For a moment, they stood in companionable silence, the fog curling around them like a cloak, the gaslights casting their elongated shadows upon the cobbles. Time seemed to stretch and fold, as if the past and present had merged in this quiet, forgotten corner of the world. The river's distant murmur reached their ears, a measured lullaby that accompanied their reverie. Fagin, with a gentle nod, turned from the window, his hand resting briefly on the Dodger's shoulder. "Come, lad," he said softly, "let us leave the past to its dreams. The night is ours to wander, and who knows what tales await us on the morrow." With that, they resumed their walk, their footsteps a soft percussion on the cobblestones, a rhythm that harmonized with the city's secretive pulse. The tavern faded into the fog behind them, a ghostly relic of memory, its story woven into the fabric of the night. As they moved onward, the fog embraced them once more, a silent guardian of their journey, the gaslights flickering like watchful sentinels along their path. The river, ever faithful, murmured its song, a constant presence in the hushed symphony of the city. The cobblestones, slick with the evening's dew, stretched before them as Fagin and the Artful Dodger walked side by side, their figures casting elongated shadows beneath the waning light of the gas lamps. The night air carried a chill, a reminder of the encroaching winter, and the fog swirled around their ankles like the spectres of past misdeeds, persistent and insistent, yet quietly resigned to their fate. Fagin, his voice a low murmur barely rising above the gentle lapping of the river, began to speak of days long past, his words tinged with a melancholic cadence that seemed to resonate with the very stones beneath their feet. It was a cold place. "Dodger," he said, his eyes fixed on some distant memory only he could see. "Those walls, they were not just of stone, you understand, but of a kind of unyielding dread that seeped into one's very bones. The trial, it was as if I stood not before men, but before the very embodiment of judgment itself. They watched me, those eyes, waiting for the slightest flicker of remorse or regret, as if such sentiments could alter the course of what had already been set in motion. The Artful Dodger, with a youthful bravado that masked his growing unease, listened in silence, his mind grappling with the weight of Fagin's words. It was as though the old man spoke not merely of remembrance, but of something more immediate, more pressing, a spectre of the present cloaked in the guise of the past. The night, with its shrouded mysteries, and seemed to hold its breath, every sound amplified in the stillness that surrounded them. Fagin's voice, now but a whisper, wove a tapestry of reflection and lamentation, each word a stitch in the fabric of his tale. I felt the chill of those stone walls long before I ever stepped within them. The fear, Dodger. It is an insidious thing. It creeps upon you in your quietest moments, when the world is hushed, and all that remains is the echo of your own thoughts. And yet, in that solitude, there is a strange comfort, a sense of inevitability that numbs the soul. The Dodger, ever perceptive despite his youthful years, sensed the undercurrent of finality in Fagin's words. He glanced sidelong at the old man, the flickering lamplight casting peculiar shadows upon his face, the deep lines etched by years of hardship and cunning standing in stark relief. It was as if Fagin stood upon the precipice of some great revelation, one that he was loath to admit even to himself. The fog, ever present, curled and twisted around them as they continued their sombre promenade, the gaslights dimming and brightening in a rhythm all their own, like the pulsing heartbeat of the city. The river's song, a gentle lullaby to the ear, harmonized with the echoing footfalls of the two companions, creating a symphony of sound that lulled the senses into a state of serene contemplation. "Do you ever wonder, Dodger," Fagin mused aloud, "how it is that we come to find ourselves in such places, at such times? The choices we make, the paths we tread, they lead us inexorably onward, and yet, in the end, we find ourselves standing alone, with only the shadows for company." The Dodger, though young, understood the gravity of Fagin's musings. His own life, a tapestry of daring escapades and narrow escapes, lay before him like a map yet to be fully explored. Yet, in this moment, he felt the weight of the older man's regret, a burden shared in the quiet companionship of the night. Their journey continued, each step a soft echo in the silence, the fog a constant companion, obscuring the world beyond their immediate path. The lamplight flickered, casting a warm glow that danced upon the mist, briefly illuminating their surroundings before retreating into shadow once more. Fagin's voice, though weary, carried a note of resolve that belied his years, a testament to the spirit that had guided him through a life of peril and cunning. As they walked, the city seemed to recede into the distance, its familiar landmarks shrouded in the embrace of the fog, leaving only the river's gentle murmur and the soft tread of their footsteps to mark the passage of time. The night, with its quiet beauty and hidden depths, held them in its thrall, a silent witness to their journey. And so, with Fagin's words lingering in the air like the fading notes of a melancholy tune, they continued onward, two figures bound together by the shared memory of days gone by and the unspoken promise of what lay ahead. The fog, ever faithful, wrapped them in its gentle embrace, guiding them toward the unknown with the quiet assurance of a friend. The streets of London lay shrouded in a dense, all-encompassing fog, that peculiar mist which transforms the familiar cityscape into a realm of mystery and introspection. The gas lamps, with their flickering flames, cast a dim, wavering light that seemed to struggle valiantly against the enveloping gloom, creating pockets of illumination that danced like ghostly spectres upon the cobblestones. Echoes of distant footsteps, muffled and softened by the fog's ethereal embrace, reverberated through the narrow alleyways, lending an air of solitude and contemplation to the scene. As the Artful Dodger moved beside Fagin, his youthful countenance was marked by an expression of disbelief, a fervent denial that clung to his words as tightly as the fog clung to the city. "They got it wrong, you know," he insisted, his voice a mixture of defiance and hope, as if by the sheer conviction of his words he might alter the very fabric of reality. "The papers, they don't always tell the truth. You'll see, Fagin, you'll see. You're here, ain't you? That means they were wrong, doesn't it?" Fagin, with the wisdom of age etched into every line of his face, turned to the boy with a smile that was both tender and melancholic. It was a smile that spoke of understanding, of a life lived amidst shadows and secrets, and of the acceptance of truths that cannot be altered by mere wishing. He placed a hand gently on the Dodger's shoulder, a gesture imbued with warmth and a certain insubstantial grace, as if his touch were both a comfort and a whisper of things unseen. In that moment, time seemed to stretch, the fog swirling around them in languid circles, as if the very air conspired to cradle their exchange within its folds. The Dodger felt the weight of that hand, not heavy with the burden of reality, but light, as if it were a fragment of a dream, a memory of days past when life was an endless game, and consequences were but a distant echo. "You're here," he repeated softly, almost to himself, his voice trailing off into the mist. Fagin's eyes, though weary, held a glimmer of affection, a paternal regard for the boy who stood before him, refusing to yield to the inevitable tide of truth. "Ah, my dear Dodger," he murmured, his voice as measured as the fog's gentle caress. "Life has a way of turning corners when we least expect it. Sometimes, the stories we tell ourselves are the ones we most need to hear." His words, though simple, carried the weight of years, the understanding that some battles are not meant to be fought, but accepted with grace. The Dodger, ever the optimist in his own irrepressible fashion, nodded, slowly, as if conceding a point in a game he had yet to fully grasp. The streets around them, alive with the barely perceptible pulse of the sleeping city, seemed to listen in silence, the gaslights flickering their approval, casting elongated shadows that danced in time with the rhythm of their conversation. And so they walked, the pair, united by a bond that transcended the mere passage of time, their footsteps echoing softly in the night. Each step carried with it a whisper of history, a reminder of friendship forged in the crucible of shared experience. The fog, ever present, wrapped them in its gentle embrace, a companion as constant as any friend, guiding them onward with the quiet assurance of a force that understood the journey far better than those who travelled it. They moved forward, not as fugitives fleeing the light of day, but as wanderers seeking solace in the night, their path illuminated by the soft glow of memory, and the faint promise of what might yet be. And so, as the echoes of their footsteps faded into the distance, the city settled into its nocturnal repose, the fog weaving its tapestry of dreams and possibilities, guiding them ever onward into the night. The fog, dense with the whispers of bygone days and the secrets of the metropolis, clung to the narrow streets like a shroud, muffling the sounds of the city and rendering the familiar unfamiliar, as if the very air conspired to blur the boundaries between the real and the ethereal. The glow of the gas lamps, soft and flickering, cast long shadows that danced with an otherworldly grace, while the distant peal of church bells rang out through the vapour, their solemn tones echoing with a gentle persistence, both a call to reflection and a reminder of time's inexorable passage. As the bells tolled with a mournful cadence, their sound seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the fog, creating an aural tapestry that enveloped Fagin and the Artful Dodger as they continued their nocturnal ramble. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone, and the faint, lingering aroma of coal smoke, which curled in lazy tendrils from the chimneys above, as if reluctant to part from the warmth of its origin. The night, with its myriad mysteries and gentle, encroaching silence, seemed to close in around them, inviting them to ponder the paths they had chosen and those they had yet to tread. Fagin, his gait marked by a certain weariness that belied the sharpness of his gaze, turned to his young companion, the Artful Dodger, who moved with an untroubled ease, as though the world and all its complexities were but a game for his amusement. "Master Dawkins," Fagin began, his voice a low rumble, softened by the years and the weight of unspoken thoughts. "Have you ever found peace in all your wanderings and exploits?" The Dodger, for all his bravado and cunning, paused at this unexpected inquiry, the question hanging in the air like the fog itself, intangible yet heavy with meaning. He glanced sidelong at Fagin, his expression inscrutable, yet touched with a fleeting shadow of uncertainty, as if the answer lay just beyond the reach of his youthful comprehension. "Peace?" he echoed, the word unfamiliar upon his lips, as though it belonged to another language altogether. "I reckon," he continued, with a shrug that belied the seriousness of the moment, "that peace ain't something what a lad like me knows much about, nor expects to find." The silence that followed was profound, punctuated only by the distant tolling of the bells, their sound now softer, as if the fog sought to cradle each note before it faded into the night. Fagin, with a nod that might have signalled understanding or mere resignation, allowed the conversation to lapse, his thoughts turning inward to the labyrinthine corridors of his own mind, where memories lay like dust-covered relics, waiting to be unearthed. As they walked on, the fog seemed to thicken, drawing them deeper into its embrace, as if the city itself wished to cloak them in its mystery, to render them invisible to the prying eyes of the world. The gas lamps, their light dimmed by the mist, cast halos that shimmered in the damp air, lending the scene an almost spectral quality, as though the spirits of the past had come to bear witness to this quiet communion between two souls adrift in the night. Yet, despite the obscuring veil of the fog, there was a palpable sense of connection between the two figures, a shared understanding that transcended words, forged in the crucible of shared experience and the unspoken bonds of friendship. The Dodger, though he could not articulate the nature of peace, felt its absence keenly, a yearning for something indefinable, a longing for a place where the echoes of the bells might find their rest. As they continued their journey through the silent streets, the rhythm of their footsteps joined the symphony of the night, a counterpoint to the distant bells, a reminder of their presence in a world that seemed, at times, to exist solely for them. The fog, ever present, swirled around them with a languid grace, its tendrils reaching out like the fingers of an unseen hand, drawing them onward, ever onward, into the heart of the city and the promise of the unknown. And so it was that Fagin and the Artful Dodger, their path lit by the dim glow of the lamps and the soft murmur of the bells, continued their walk, their thoughts mingling with the fog, their hearts attuned to the quiet beauty of the night. The city, in all its shadowed splendour, seemed to hold its breath, its secrets waiting to be discovered, its stories waiting to be told, as the two figures disappeared into the mist, leaving only the echoes of their footsteps and the faint promise of what might yet be. As the Artful Dodger and Fagin continued their nocturnal promenade, the mist swirled around them like a gentle cloak, enfolding their thoughts in a shroud of tender recollection. The gas lamps, casting a soft, golden glow upon the cobblestones, flickered as if in silent conversation with the night itself, their light stretching into elongated shadows that danced with the rhythm of the fog. The echoes of their footsteps resonated softly, a harmonious counterpart to the distant murmur of the river, which whispered tales of bygone days and forgotten deeds. In this tranquil stillness, the Dodger's mind journeyed back to a time when the world seemed less daunting, when life was a series of simple moments strung together like the beads of a well-worn rosary. He recalled with vivid clarity the day Fagin had bestowed upon him his first coat. It had been a humble affair, threadbare and patched in places, yet it bore the unmistakable warmth of a gesture not easily forgotten. The coat had wrapped him not just in its fabric, but in a sense of belonging, its threads weaving tales of a kindness that was rare in the merciless streets of London. As they ambled on, the Dodger's heart swelled with a fleeting affection, momentarily replacing the guilt that had settled there like an unwelcome tenant. He remembered how the coat had come to him, not as a mere garment, but as a token of acceptance, a sign that he was seen amidst the faceless throng of the city, the memory of its coarse texture against his skin. The way it shielded him from the biting chill of the night was as vivid now as it had been then. He could almost feel the weight of it on his shoulders once more, a comforting reminder of a bond formed in the shadows of a world that often turned a blind eye to its youngest inhabitants. The night air, fragrant with the scent of damp earth and lingering fog, seemed to echo with the soft sigh of the river, as if it, too, remembered the days when such small acts of kindness had held the power to transform a boy's heart. The Dodger glanced at Fagin, whose eyes were lost in thoughts of his own, perhaps unaware of the gratitude that now flickered in the young boy's gaze like a candle's flame, fragile yet bright against the encroaching darkness. Their path took them past the grand silhouettes of buildings that loomed like silent sentinels, their facades etched with the stories of countless lives that had come and gone. As they walked, the Dodger felt a gentle tug at his heartstrings, a reminder that even in a world as vast and indifferent as this, moments of connection, however fleeting, could illuminate the soul. The coat had been but a small thing, yet its impact had rippled through the tapestry of his life, a testament to the enduring power of compassion. The echoes of their footsteps continued to weave through the night, mingling with the distant tolling of a clock tower that marked the passage of time with solemn precision. Each chime, a reminder of the transient nature of their journey, resonated with a quiet dignity, urging them forward into the embrace of the mist. The Dodger, with a newfound lightness in his step, felt the weight of his memories lift, replaced by a gentle resolve to cherish those moments of kindness that had shaped him. And so, as the city slumbered under its blanket of fog, the two figures moved onward, their hearts buoyed by the knowledge that, in the vast tapestry of existence, it is the small acts of generosity and love that leave the most indelible marks. The night, in all its quiet splendour, seemed to wrap around them, whispering promises of new beginnings and the endless possibilities that lay just beyond the horizon. Their footsteps, a steady cadence against the cobblestones, faded softly into the distance, leaving behind a world poised on the brink of dawn, its secrets waiting to be uncovered, its stories yearning to be told. As they pressed forward, the air around them shifted subtly. The thick, enveloping fog, which had clung to the buildings and streets like a spectral shroud, began to loosen its grip, dispersing into wisps that danced and twirled in the night air. The mist parted with a gentle reluctance, revealing an open square that lay ahead, a space where the city's breath seemed to pause and linger in a moment of rare tranquillity. Here, the gaslights, their glow softened by the retreating fog, cast a gentle luminescence upon the cobblestones, etching the outlines of Fagin and his companion in a pale, ethereal gold. This open square, a forgotten oasis amid the labyrinthine streets of London, seemed to sigh with relief as the night air embraced it. The buildings that bordered this quiet expanse stood like sentinels of the past, their facades weathered by time, yet steadfast in their silent watch. Between the cracks in the paving stones, the resilient tendrils of nature pushed forth, green and hopeful, a testament to life's enduring persistence even in the heart of the city. The square was a place of muted echoes, where the distant sound of the river's hush could be heard as a soft, rhythmic lullaby, a reminder of the ever-present tide that ebbed and flowed beyond sight. In this rarefied atmosphere, the light crept tentatively between the buildings, its touch as gentle as a morning breeze. It illuminated Fagin's figure with a soft, golden hue, casting long shadows that stretched languidly across the square. The light danced along his features, highlighting the creases and lines etched by years of experience and the weight of countless decisions, both good and ill. Yet, in this moment of stillness, there was a serenity that seemed to settle over him, as if the burdens he carried were momentarily lifted by the quiet majesty of the night. The lamplight, flickering ever so softly, lent a warm glow to the scene, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. It played upon the cobblestones, weaving a tapestry of light and shadow that shifted with each passing moment, creating an ever-changing mosaic at their feet. The echoes of their footsteps resonated in the open space, a gentle percussion that harmonized with the distant murmur of the city, a city that never truly slept, but rather existed in a perpetual state of watchful repose. As they moved through the square, the world around them seemed to hold its breath, the fog's retreat revealing hints of a new day waiting patiently at the horizon. The air was tinged with the faint, invigorating scent of morning, a subtle promise of renewal, and the endless cycle of beginnings and endings that marked each day. It was a moment suspended in time, where the past and future intertwined, and the present was a fragile bridge between the two. The river, that silent and ever-present witness to the city's tales, whispered its secrets in the hushed language of the night, a gentle susurration that blended seamlessly with the atmosphere of the square. Its presence, though unseen, was felt in every breath, a reminder of the continuity of life and the passage of time, inexorable and constant, yet filled with infinite possibilities. In this serene tableau, the world seemed to exhale a collective sigh, the night's embrace gentle and forgiving, as if inviting all who pass through to pause and reflect on the paths that had brought them here and the journeys yet to come. The square, with its quiet dignity and unassuming grace, offered a moment of respite, a chance to appreciate the beauty and simplicity, and the peace that could be found even amidst the bustling chaos of the city. As they continued their walk, the soft transition from night to dawn began to unfold, the sky lightening imperceptibly, heralding the approach of a new day. The fog, now a distant memory, lingered at the edges of the square, a gentle reminder of the mysteries that had once obscured their path. With each step, the world around them grew more defined, the outlines sharper, the colours more vibrant, as if the city itself was awakening, eager to greet the day ahead. And so, with the fog having parted, they moved onward, their figures silhouetted against the soft glow of the approaching dawn, their journey a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring hope that each new day brings. The echoes of their footsteps faded into the distance, leaving behind the quiet square, a sanctuary of calm amidst the ever-turning wheel of time. As the first light of day began to stretch its tentative fingers across the cobblestones, Fagin and the Artful Dodger found themselves enveloped in a moment of rare tranquillity. The fog that had earlier seemed an inseparable companion had now lifted, revealing the city in a gentle shroud of awakening light. The lamps, whose flickering flames had kept the shadows at bay through the night, now appeared as solemn sentinels, standing guard over the silent streets, their work done until night returned them to their duty. The river, ever present in its quiet murmur, flowed with the serene constancy, its surface kissed by the first blush of dawn. Fagin, with his years etched into the lines upon his face, turned to the Dodger, his expression softened by the pale light. His voice, once the sharp instrument of command and cunning, had mellowed with the passage of the night, and as he spoke, it was as if the weight of untold years and unspoken regrets had found their release. "You see, my boy," he began, his words imbued with a tenderness that seemed almost foreign to his character. "There is a lesson that I have come to understand, though perhaps too late to mend the path I have trodden." The Dodger, ever quick of wit and sharp of tongue, met Fagin's gaze with a curiosity that belied his youthful bravado. Yet, in the quiet of this dawn, the boy's characteristic irreverence was tempered by an uncharacteristic attentiveness, as if instinctively aware of the gravity of Fagin's confession. As they walked, their footsteps echoed softly, the sound a gentle punctuation to the elder's words. "Cleverness," Fagin continued, his voice a gentle rhythm that matched their measured pace, "is a fine thing, indeed, but it is a hollow victory if it stands alone, unaccompanied by kindness." He paused, allowing the words to linger in the cool morning air, their import underscored by the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a passing breeze. Kindness, my dear Dodger, is the balm that soothes the soul, the light that illuminates even the darkest of paths. The Dodger, though young in years, was no stranger to the harsh realities of life. Yet, as he listened, he felt a stirring within him, a flicker of understanding that was as elusive as the morning mist. Fagin's lesson was not one of immediate revelation, but rather a seed planted in the fertile ground of youthful promise, destined to grow with time and reflection. Fagin's voice, once strong and commanding, now seemed to waver, like a candle flickering in the face of an encroaching breeze. "It is a lesson, my boy, that I have come to learn too late," he murmured, his gaze drifting to the horizon where the sun began its stately ascent, casting a golden hue over the awakening city. "But perhaps, in sharing it with you, I might find some small redemption." As the echoes of Fagin's words faded into the morning, the Dodger found himself wrapped in a contemplative silence, the weight of the elder's wisdom settling upon him with an unexpected gravity. The city around them, once a labyrinth of shadows and secrets, now felt like a canvas, fresh and unmarked, awaiting the brushstrokes of a new day. The lamplight, the fog, the gentle murmur of the river, all conspired to create a tableau of serene introspection, a moment suspended in time. And so they walked, the elder and the youth, their figures a study in contrasts, yet bound by the shared understanding that had passed between them in the quiet of the dawn. The lesson of kindness, imparted with the gentleness of a father to a son, lingered in the air, a reminder of the human heart's capacity for growth and change. As they moved onward, the city began to stir from its slumber, the distant chime of bells heralding the beginning of another day. Yet, in that brief interlude between night and morning, Fagin's words found their place in the Dodger's heart, a final lesson that would accompany him on the journey ahead. Their path led them forward, guided by the soft glow of the rising sun, and as they disappeared from view, the quiet square resumed its role as a guardian of secrets and dreams, its calm unbroken by the passage of time. The first light of morning, gentle yet insistent, began its tender assault upon the sleeping city, casting long, languid fingers through the narrow streets and brushing the windows of old buildings with a faint shimmer of gold. The world, caught in that delicate interlude between night and day, seemed to hold its breath, as if hesitating to let go of the dreams that had woven themselves through the shadows. It was a moment suspended in the amber light of dawn, where the past and present danced in a quiet ballet, and where whispers of life began to stir with the promise of day. Fagin, that wily architect of mischief, now found himself a solitary figure against this canvas of awakening. His shadow, long and lean, stretched out before him, a dark reflection of his own complex nature, and then gradually faded as the light grew stronger. The street, once cloaked in the embrace of night, now revealed its features with a clarity only morning could bestow. Cobblestones glistened with the dew of a new day, and the facades of the buildings, once sombre and indistinct, now stood resplendent in their diversity of colour and form. The gaslights, those stalwart guardians of the darkened hours, flickered uncertainly as if in farewell to their nocturnal duty, their feeble glow no match for the burgeoning light. The fog, ever a companion to London streets, lingered in reluctant wisps, clinging to the edges of the scene as if loath to depart. But the sun's insistence was not to be denied, and it dissolved into the ether, leaving behind only the faintest memory of its ethereal presence. Fagin's footsteps echoed softly in the morning air, a rhythmic accompaniment to the city's gradual awakening. The sound, gentle and measured, was a reminder of the passage of time, of the swift and unrelenting movement from night to day, from rest to action. Each step seemed to draw him further from the realm of shadows and deeper into the embrace of the morning light, a journey from one existence to another, from the known to the unknown. As he walked, the city around him began to stir, its inhabitants emerging from their slumber to greet the day. A window creaked open here, a cat stretched languidly on a doorstep there, and in the distance, the faint toll of a church bell marked the hour, its sound resonating with a solemn grace that seemed to echo through the very stones of the city. Yet, amidst these gentle stirrings, there were profound silence, a calm that belied the bustling energy that would soon envelop the streets. The sunrise, in its inexorable journey, cast its light upon the rooftops, transforming them into a sea of golden waves, each shingle and tile catching the light in a different hue, creating a tapestry of warmth and colour. The river, that ancient artery of the city, lay quiet and reflective, its surface a mirror to the sky, capturing the soft pastel shades of dawn and blending them with the gentle ripples of its current. Fagin paused for a moment, his gaze drawn to the horizon where the first hints of blue began to chase away the remnants of night. Here, in this moment of transition, there was a poignancy, a recognition of the fleeting nature of time and experience. The city, with all its secrets and stories, stood as a testament to the past, while the light of the new day promised untold possibilities, a future not yet written. And so, with the first light of morning lending a serene clarity to his path, Fagin continued his walk, his shadow now, but a faint outline beside him, merging with the brightness that heralded the day. The street, once a silent witness to the night's activities, now basked in the promise of the morning, its stones warmed by the gentle touch of the sun, its air filled with the quiet anticipation of the hours to come. As the light continued its ascent, enveloping the city in a soft glow, Fagin's figure grew smaller in the distance, a part of the landscape yet distinct in its presence. The street, now fully illuminated, resumed its role as a thoroughfare of life, a place where stories began and ended, where the mundane and the extraordinary danced in harmonious rhythm. The morning, with its gentle promise of renewal, invited the city to wake, to breathe, to live once more. And as Fagin's footsteps faded into the distance, the street, bathed in the light of the new day, stood ready to embrace the stories yet to unfold, the dreams yet to be dreamed. In the pale, unfolding light of dawn, as the city unfurled from its slumber, the Artful Dodger found himself standing alone, a solitary figure amidst the grand tapestry of awakening London. The fog, that faithful companion of the night, lingered still, though now it whispered its retreat, dissipating into tendrils that curled around the lampposts, reluctant to relinquish their hold on the cobblestones and the stories they guarded, the gaslights, their flickering vigil nearing its end, blinked sleepily, casting long shadows that danced upon the walls in a farewell ballet, as if to bid adieu to the shadows of the past and welcome the promise of a new day. The city, in its languid stretch towards life, began to hum with the gentle murmur of awakening souls, a chorus of distant echoes that resonated off the buildings, mingling with the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a mild breeze. Here and there, a window creaked open, allowing a faint stream of household sounds to escape, a kettle beginning its tuneful whistle, or the indistinct murmur of morning salutations exchanged by those within. And above, the sky lightened ever so gradually, the pallor of night giving way to the subtle hues of dawn, a canvas of muted greys and soft blues, against which the silhouette of the Dodger was painted in stark relief. He stood, a silent figure wrapped in contemplation, his eyes tracing the familiar lines of the street, now softened by the early light. The world around him seemed to hold its breath, as if in reverence to the moment of transition, the delicate balance between night and day. The river, not far off, maintained its steady course, its gentle hush a constant companion to the city's rhythm, its surface catching the first glimmers of the sun's tentative embrace. The Artful Dodger, with a heart full of unspoken words, felt the weight of uncharted possibilities pressing upon him, an invitation to step into the unknown with the courage of youth, tempered by the wisdom of experience. His eyes, though sharp and accustomed to discerning the subtleties of the street, softened as he turned his gaze inward, searching for the right words to capture the multitude of emotions swirling within. The city, with its vast expanse, seemed to echo his solitude, each brick and stone a keeper of countless secrets, each shadow a witness to innumerable farewells. It was here, amidst these familiar streets, that he had carved his place, a place now shifting beneath the weight of change, and so he whispered a farewell, his voice barely more than a breath, carried away by the gentle breeze that danced through the alleys and lanes. Whether those words reached any ears, save his own, mattered little, for in that moment the whisper was enough, a testament to the stories that had been, and the stories yet to come. He felt the city stir around him, the sounds of waking life growing in strength and number, as if the very heart of London had taken note of his quiet proclamation and offered its own gentle assent. With one last lingering glance at the street, now bathed in the nascent light of morning, the Dodger turned, his footsteps echoing softly as he began to walk, each step a gentle cadence in the symphony of the city's awakening. The fog, now a mere ghost of its former self, clung to the edges of his path, a spectral companion on this, his last walk along the familiar cobblestones. The lamplight, waning in the growing clarity of day, flickered its farewell, a silent witness to the countless tales it had illuminated through the night's long hours. And thus the Dodger walked on, his figure gradually receding into the tapestry of the city, where the mundane and the extraordinary continued their eternal dance. The morning air, crisp and cool against his skin, carried with it the scent of new beginnings, an unspoken promise of renewal and discovery. As the echoes of his footsteps faded into the distance, the street embraced the stories yet to unfold, the dreams yet to be dreamed, and the life that would continue unabated, a testament to the enduring spirit of London and all who called it home. The Artful Dodger, that young gentleman of mischievous repute and nimble fingers, ambled along the mist-laden streets of London, his sharp eyes keenly observing the world around him. The fog, ever present and thick as a woolen blanket, swirled and eddied in the cold night air, casting an ethereal glow under the dim, flickering gas lamps that stood sentinel-like along the cobbled paths. The city, with its myriad sounds and silences, seemed to breathe a gentle, rhythmic sigh, as if lulled into a serene slumber by the very atmosphere itself. As Dodger sauntered with a practised nonchalance, his hands nestled deep within the pockets of his well-worn coat, he felt the familiar contours of an object long forgotten. His fingers brushed against the smooth, metallic surface of a coin, its presence both unexpected and strangely comforting. It was a relic from his past adventures, a time when the streets were a playground, and each day brought with it new exploits and escapades. The coin, tarnished and worn, held the weight of memories, a tangible reminder of days gone by. Drawing it out from its resting place, Dodger held it aloft, allowing the weak gaslight to dance across its surface, revealing the faded impression of a sovereign's visage. It was a coin that had travelled through many hands, each transfer etching its own story into the very fabric of the metal. The sight of it brought a smile to Dodger's lips, a smile that spoke of nostalgia, and the gentle amusement that comes with the realization of how time alters all things, yet leaves them unchanged in essence. He turned the coin over, feeling its familiar heft, its edges smoothed by the passage of years and countless exchanges. It was an impossible find, a fragment of his history returning to him amidst the fog and shadows, a talisman of sorts, whispering tales of old friendships and the camaraderie of those who once shared in his youthful endeavours. The coin, with its silent narrative, seemed to shimmer with a life of its own, a beacon of continuity in a world ever in flux. In that moment, as the night closed in around him, Dodger was transported back to the bustling streets of his youth, where every corner held a secret waiting to be uncovered, every alley a new adventure. The coin, insignificant to the untrained eye, was for him a key to the past, unlocking a treasure trove of recollections that danced vividly before his mind's eye. He remembered the laughter and the daring, the triumphs and the narrow escapes, all encapsulated within this small, unassuming piece of metal. As he walked, the coin nestled in his palm, Dodger felt a surge of warmth, an acknowledgement of the interconnectedness of past and present, the seamless tapestry of experiences that wove the fabric of his life. The fog, ever present and all-encompassing, seemed to part slightly, revealing glimpses of the river below, its waters flowing with a hushed murmur, a gentle reminder of the passage of time, relentless yet measured in its constancy. The echoes of his footsteps resonated softly against the cobblestones, a rhythmic accompaniment to the night symphony, as if the very streets were joining in his reverie, sharing in the quiet celebration of a life lived on the edge of shadow and light. The gas lamps flickered in silent agreement, their glow casting elongated shadows that danced and wove, adding to the dreamlike quality of the scene. With each step, Dodger felt the weight of the coin in his pocket, a comforting presence grounding him in the here and now, while also serving as a bridge to the past, a reminder of the indomitable spirit that had carried him through countless trials and tribulations. The city, with its labyrinthine streets and hidden corners, seemed to whisper its secrets to him, inviting him to continue his journey, to uncover new stories and forge fresh connections amidst the ever-changing landscape. And so, with a heart full of reflection and a mind at ease, Dodger continued his walk, the fog embracing him once more, the gaslight casting its gentle glow upon his path. The night, with its myriad mysteries and quiet revelations, enveloped him in its measured embrace, a testament to the enduring spirit of London and all who traverse its storied streets. The night, with its gradual retreat, began to cede its dominion to the burgeoning light of a new day, the transformation heralded by the distant peal of bells that now rang clearer and more resonant than before. Their sonorous chimes, cutting through the lingering fog, seemed to convey a message of renewal and hope, as if to remind the city's inhabitants of the constancy of time and the perpetual promise of morning. Each bell's toll was a gentle nudge to the slumbering metropolis, coaxing it from the depths of its nocturnal repose and inviting it to embrace the fresh possibilities of the day. In the midst of this awakening, a new scent, rich and inviting, began to weave its way through the air, a delightful contrast to the cold stone and damp earth that had reigned supreme throughout the night. It was the warm, yeasty aroma of baking bread, wafting from the ovens of countless bakeries, each loaf a testament to the tireless hands that kneaded and shaped it in the early hours, long before the first rays of sunlight dared to pierce the grey shroud of the morning sky. This fragrance, so simple and yet so profound, mingled with the crisp, cool air, creating a sensory tapestry that spoke of sustenance and comfort, an unspoken promise of nourishment awaiting those who would soon stir from their slumber. As the city slowly roused itself, the fog, once a dense and impenetrable veil, began to dissipate, its tendrils retreating in the face of the advancing dawn. The gaslights, which had valiantly kept the shadows at bay during the night, now flickered with a softer glow, their purpose gradually waning as the sun's burgeoning light took precedence. The streets, once shrouded in mystery, gradually revealed their familiar contours, each cobblestone and curbstone emerging from the mist like old friends returning from a long absence. The echoes of footsteps, which had seemed so solitary and profound in the quiet of night, now mingled with the nascent sounds of a city coming to life, the gentle murmur of voices and the distant rumble of carts providing a harmonious accompaniment to the bell's clarion call. In this gentle unfolding of day, the city seemed to forgive itself for the transgressions of the night, its streets washed clean by the dew, its alleys scrubbed free of shadows. The river, which had flowed so silently and unseen beneath the cloak of darkness, now caught the light in its ripples, its surface a shimmering mirror that reflected the sky's subtle hues. It was as if London, in its vast and intricate entirety, had taken a deep, cleansing breath, exhaling the whispers of the night and inhaling the promise of the day, its heart beating in time with the rhythm of life that pulsed through its veins. In the midst of this transformation, Dodger, with his heart still full of reflection, continued his solitary walk, his path now illuminated by the gentler light of morning. The fog, though still present, was now but a wisp around his ankles, a companionable presence that softened the edges of the world and muted its harshness. The gaslight, once a beacon in the darkness, now served as a gentle guide, its light mingling with the dawn to cast long, languid shadows that danced at his feet. The city, in its newfound clarity, appeared to Dodger as a vast tapestry, each thread a life, a story, a moment in time, woven together in a complex pattern that was both intricate and inexplicably simple. The bells, the bread, the retreating fog, all conspired to create a tableau of serenity and expectation, a reminder that, no matter the trials and tribulations of the night, a new day always dawned, bringing with it the chance for renewal and redemption. As he walked, Dodger felt a sense of peace settle over him, a quiet contentment that was both grounding and uplifting. The city, with all its faults and virtues, seemed to embrace him, its streets a familiar cradle that rocked him gently towards the day. The echoes of his footsteps, once solitary and profound, now blended seamlessly with the burgeoning symphony of morning, a testament to the enduring spirit of London and all who called it home. And so, with the promise of a new day unfurling before him, Dodger continued his journey, the city awakening around him, its heart beating in time with his own, the fog and gaslight a gentle reminder of the night's embrace, now giving way to the warmth and clarity of the morning. As the first light of dawn began to weave its golden threads through the fading tapestry of night, the Artful Dodger found himself wandering along the river bank, where the Thames flowed with an unhurried grace, its surface kissed by the lingering mist that clung to the air like a gossamer veil. The city, now stirring from its slumber, seemed to breathe a collective sigh, as if relieved at the passage of night into day. The fog, ever present, was now a mere whisper, a gentle echo of its former self, retreating from the warmth of the sun's embrace. Dodger, with eyes keenly attuned to the details that others might overlook, gazed down at the ground beneath his feet, where the damp earth bore the marks of many travellers. There, etched in the soft mud, he discerned two sets of footprints leading towards the water's edge, their impressions deep and resolute, as though the feet that made them were driven by a determined purpose. The paths they carved were parallel, yet distinct, each telling its own tale of a journey shared, but not entirely understood. Pausing for a moment, Dodger pondered the stories these footprints might tell, the lives they might represent. Perhaps they belonged to a pair of lovers, seeking solace in each other's company before the demands of the day tore them apart. Or perhaps they were the marks of two conspirators, plotting their next move under the cover of darkness, their steps hurried and furtive. The possibilities were as endless as the river itself, flowing inexorably onward, carrying with it the secrets of the city and its denizens. Yet, As his gaze followed the footprints to the water's edge, Dodger noted a curious detail that gave him pause. For where the two sets of footprints met the river, only one set returned. The second path, solitary and meandering, led away from the water, its steps lighter, as if unburdened by the weight of companionship. This solitary trail bespoke a departure from the unity that had preceded it, a divergence that left one to wonder about the fate of the other traveller. The mystery of the missing footprints was not one that Dodger could solve, nor did he feel a pressing need to do so. Instead, he allowed himself to be drawn into a moment of reflection, contemplating the myriad paths that life might take, the choices that led one down a solitary road or into the company of others. The river, with its timeless flow, seemed to murmur softly to him, its voice a gentle lullaby, urging him to ponder the transient nature of human connections and the enduring solitude of the self. As the sun continued its ascent, casting long shadows that danced upon the water's surface, Dodger turned away from the river, his thoughts still lingering on the footprints and their untold story. The city, now fully awake, bustled with the energy of a new day, its streets alive with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, the clatter of horse-drawn carriages, and the chatter of people going about their daily routines. Yet, amidst this cacophony, the river maintained its quiet dignity, a constant presence in a world of change. With a renewed sense of purpose, Dodger resumed his walk, the footprints now a distant memory, as ephemeral as the fog that had once enveloped him. The path before him was clear, illuminated by the soft glow of the morning light, and the rhythm of his steps matched the heartbeat of the city, a symphony of life and motion that enveloped him in its warm embrace. The echoes of his own footsteps mingled with the sounds of London, creating a harmonious blend that accompanied him on his journey. As he moved away from the riverbank, Dodger felt the gentle tug of the city, calling him back into its bustling heart, where the stories of countless others awaited, each with its own unique cadence and melody. The fog, now a mere whisper, lingered at the edges of his awareness, a reminder of the night's mysteries and the river's secrets, both of which would continue to flow, unabated and untamed, in this moment of transition, as the night gave way to day and the city awoke to its myriad possibilities. Dodger felt a sense of peace, an acceptance of the unknown paths that lay ahead. With each step, he embraced the rhythm of the city, the gentle hum of life that surrounded him, and the soft promise of new beginnings, as the river, ever constant, flowed quietly beside him. In the delicate embrace of dawn, when the streets of London began to stir with the tentative murmurings of life, the Artful Dodger, known more formally as Jack Dawkins, found himself walking with a leisurely pace, his steps harmonizing with the awakening city. The cobblestones beneath his feet, still slick with the moisture of the night's fog, seemed to glisten in the nascent light, as if they too awaited the day's unfolding tales. The air was cool, and carried with it the faintest scent of the river, its languid current whispering its eternal passage through the heart of the city. Dodger, clad in his familiar, albeit somewhat tattered, coat, paused for a moment to adjust its frayed lapels, a gesture both habitual and comforting. This coat, worn and weather-beaten, was a relic of times past, a testament to the countless adventures and narrow escapes it had witnessed alongside its spirited owner. As he smoothed the fabric with deft fingers, a faint smile played upon his lips, a smile that spoke of memories both cherished and bitter-sweet. Turning his gaze eastward, Dodger beheld the gentle ascent of the sun, its golden rays unfurling across the horizon like a painter's brush upon a vast canvas, illuminating the city in a soft, warm glow. The gas lamps, which had valiantly pierced the darkness throughout the night, now flickered and dimmed in silent deference to the burgeoning daylight, their glass casings, still shrouded in the remnants of the dissipating fog, caught the morning light in a dance of reflections, casting ephemeral patterns upon the ground. Amidst the gradually thickening crowd, a tapestry of faces and stories weaving itself anew each day. Dodger felt the pulse of London in his very bones. The city, with its bustling alleys and grand thoroughfares, its cacophony of voices and the ceaseless clatter of horse-drawn carriages, was a symphony to which he had long been attuned. And yet, in this moment of burgeoning clarity, there was a serenity that enveloped him, a quiet acceptance of the myriad pathways that life might yet present. As he resumed his walk, Dodger's steps were light, almost playful, and he began to hum a tune, one that he had learned in the company of Fagin, that old master of artifice and survival. The melody, simple yet haunting, wove its way through the morning air, mingling with the distant chime of church bells and the rhythmic clopping of hooves upon stone. It was a tune that carried with it the echoes of camaraderie and mischief, a reminder of days spent in the company of those who had shaped him, for better or worse. The sun continued its measured ascent, casting longer shadows that stretched languidly across the street, as if reaching out to touch all who passed. The fog, now a mere wisp of its former self, lingered in the crevices of the city, a reluctant guest at the threshold of day. Dodger, with his jaunty step and the tune upon his lips, seemed to glide effortlessly through the throng, a part of the city's fabric yet distinct within it, his presence both unassuming and memorable. Amidst the ebb and flow of morning commerce, the cries of street vendors hawking their wares, and the vibrant chatter of passers-by, Dodger found himself blending seamlessly into the crowd, a young man with an old soul, at home in the anonymity that the city graciously offered. His path, though uncharted, was one he embraced with the confidence of one who had long made the streets his own, and as he moved, he carried with him the essence of those who had walked beside him, the lessons learned and the bonds forged in the crucible of shared experience. As he disappeared into the throng, swallowed by the city's embrace, Dodger's tune lingered briefly in the air, a fleeting testament to his presence, before being absorbed into the symphony of life that thrummed around him. The morning, now fully claiming its dominion, promised new beginnings, and the endless possibilities of a day yet to be written. And so, with each step that carried him forward, Dodger ventured into the unknown, a solitary figure amidst a sea of stories, yet ever a part of the city's enduring tale.